Tokutaro, piteously, "it was this, that, and the other, and I took it into my head that the young lady was a fox, and so I killed her. But I pray your reverence to intercede for me, and save my life," and as he spoke, the tears started from his eyes. "To be sure," said the priest, "you may well bewail yourself. However, if I save your life, will you consent to become my disciple, and enter the priesthood?" "Only save my life, and I'll become your disciple with all my heart." When the priest heard this, he called out the parents, and said to them, "It would seem that, though I am but a foolish old priest, my coming here today has been unusually well timed. I have a request to make of you. Your putting Tokutaro to death won't bring your daughter to life again. I have heard his story, and there certainly was no malice prepense on his part to kill your daughter. What he did thinking to do a service to your family, and it would surely be better to hush the matter up. He wishes, moreover, to give himself over to me, and to become my disciple." "It is as you say," replied the father and mother, speaking together. "Revenge will not recall our daughter. Please dispel our grief by shaving his head and making a priest of him on the spot." "I'll shave him at once, before your eyes," answered the priest, who immediately caused the cords which bound Tokutaro to be untied, and, putting on his priest's scarf, made him join his hands together in a posture of prayer. Then the reverend man stood up behind him, razor in hand, and, intoning a hymn, gave 2 or 3 strokes of the razor, which he then handed to his acolyte, who made a clean shave of Tokutaro's hair. When the latter had finished his obeisance to the priest, and the ceremony was over, there was a loud burst of laughter, and at the same moment the day broke, and Tokutaro found himself alone, in the middle of a large moor. At first, in his surprise, he thought that it was all a dream, and was much annoyed at having been tricked by the foxes. He then passed his hand over his head, and found that he was shaved quite bald. There was nothing for it but to get up, wrap a handkerchief round his head, and go back to the place where his friends were assembled. "Hello, Tokutaro. So you've come back. Well, how about the foxes?" "Really, gentlemen," replied he, bowing, "I am quite ashamed to appear before you." Then he told them the whole story, and, when he had finished, pulled off the kerchief, and showed his bald pate. "What a capital joke!" shouted his listeners, and amid roars of laughter, claimed the bet of fish and wine. It was duly paid, but Tokutaro never allowed his hair to grow again, and renounced the world, and became a priest under the name of Sinin. There are a great many stories told of men being shaved by the foxes, but this story came under the personal observation of Mr. Shominsai, a teacher of the city of Yedo, during a holiday trip which he took to the country where the event occurred, and I-77 have recorded it in the very self-same words in which he told it to me. The grateful foxes. One fine spring day, 2 friends went out to a moor to gather fern, attended by a boy with a bottle of wine and a box of provisions. As they were straying about, they saw at the foot of a hill a fox that had brought out its cub to play, and whilst they looked on, struck by the strangeness of the sight, 3 children came up from a neighboring village with baskets in their hands, on the same errand as themselves. As soon as the children saw the foxes, they picked up a bamboo stick and took the creatures stealthily in the rear, and when the old foxes took to flight, they surrounded them and beat them with the stick, so that they ran away as fast as their legs could carry them. But 2 of the boys held down the cub, and, seizing it by the scruff of the neck, went off in high glee. The 2 friends were looking on all the while, and one of them, raising his voice, shouted out, "Hello, you boys! What are you doing with that fox?" The eldest of the boys replied, "We're going to take him home and sell him to a young man in our village. He'll buy him, and then he'll boil him in a pot and eat him." "Well," replied the other, after considering the matter attentively, "I suppose it's all the same to you whom you sell him to. You'd better let me have him." "Oh, but the young man from our village promised us a good round sum if we could find a fox, and got us to come out to the hills and catch one, and so we can't sell him to you at any price." "Well, I suppose it cannot be helped, then, but how much would the young man give you for the cub?" "Oh, he'll give us 300 cash at least." "Then I'll give you half a bew, 78, and so you'll gain 500 cash by the transaction." "Oh, we'll sell him for that, sir." "How shall we hand him over to you?" "Just tie him up here," said the other, and so he made fast the cub round the neck with the string of the napkin in which the luncheon box was wrapped, and gave half a bew to the 3 boys, who ran away delighted. The man's friend, upon this, said to him, "Well, certainly you have got queer tastes. What on earth are you going to keep the fox for?" "How very unkind of you to speak of my tastes like that. If we had not interfered just now, the fox's cub would have lost its life. If we had not seen the affair, there would have been no help for it. How could I stand by and see life taken? It was but a little I spent, only half a bew, to save the cub, but had it cost a fortune I should not have grudged it. I thought you were intimate enough with me to know my heart, but today you have accused me of being eccentric, and I see how mistaken I have been in you. However, our friendship shall cease from this day forth." And when he had said this with a great deal of firmness, the other, retiring backwards and bowing with his hands on his knees, replied, "Indeed, indeed, I am filled with admiration at the goodness of your heart. When I hear you speak thus, I feel more than ever how great is the love I bear you. I thought that you might wish to use the cub as a sort of decoy to lead the old ones to you, that you might pray them to bring prosperity and virtue to your house. When I called you eccentric just now, I was but trying your heart, because I had some suspicions of you, and now I am truly ashamed of myself." And as he spoke, still bowing, the other replied, "Really? Was that indeed your thought? Then I pray you to forgive me for my violent language." When the 2 friends had thus become reconciled, they examined the cub, and saw that it had a slight wound in its foot, and could not walk, and while they were thinking what they should do, they spied out the herb called Doctor's Nacace, which was just sprouting, so they rolled up a little of it in their fingers and applied it to the part. Then they pulled out some boiled rice from their luncheon box and offered it to the cub, but it showed no sign of wanting to eat, so they stroked it gently on the back, and petted it, and as the pain of the wound seemed to have subsided, they were admiring the properties of the herb, when, opposite to them, they saw the old foxes sitting watching them by the side of some stacks of rice straw. "Look there! The old foxes have come back, out of fear for their cub's safety. Come, we will set it free." And with these words they untied the string round the cub's neck, and turned its head towards the spot where the old foxes sat, and as the wounded foot was no longer painful, with one bound it dashed to its parents' side and licked them all over for joy, while they seemed to bow their thanks, looking towards the two friends. So, with peace in their hearts, the latter went off to another place, and, choosing a pretty spot, produced the wine bottle and ate their noonday meal, and after a pleasant day, they returned to their homes, and became firmer friends than ever. Now the man who had rescued the fox's cub was a tradesman in good circumstances. He had 3 or 4 agents and 2 maid servants, besides men servants, and altogether he lived in a liberal manner. He was married, and this union had brought him one son, who had reached his 10th year, but had been attacked by a strange disease which defied all the physician's skill and drugs. At last a famous physician prescribed the liver taken from a live fox, which, as he said, would certainly effect a cure. If that were not forthcoming, the most expensive medicine in the world would not restore the boy to health. When the parents heard this, they were at their wits' end. However, they told the state of the case to a man who lived on the mountains. "Even though our child should die for it," they said, "we will not ourselves deprive other creatures of their lives, but you, who live among the hills, are sure to hear when your neighbors go out fox hunting. We don't care what price we might have to pay for a fox's liver, pray, buy one for us at any expense." So they pressed him to exert himself on their behalf, and he, having promised faithfully to execute the commission, went his way. In the night of the following day there came a messenger, who announced himself as coming from the person who had undertaken to procure the fox's liver, so the master of the house went out to see him. "I have come from Mr. So-and-so. Last night the fox's liver that you required fell into his hands, so he sent me to bring it to you." With these words the messenger produced a small jar, adding, "In a few days he will let you know the price." When he had delivered his message, the master of the house was greatly pleased, and said, "Indeed, I am deeply grateful for this kindness, which will save my son's life." Then the goodwife came out, and received the jar with every mark of politeness. "We must make a present to the messenger." "Indeed, sir, I've already been paid for my trouble." "Well, at any rate, you must stop the night here." "Thank you, sir, I've a relation in the next village whom I have not seen for a long while, and I will pass the night with him." And so he took his leave, and went away. The parents lost no time in sending to let the physician know that they had procured the fox's liver. The next day the doctor came and compounded a medicine for the patient, which at once produced a good effect, and there was no little joy in the household. As luck would have it, 3 days after this the man whom they had commissioned to buy the fox's liver came to the house, so the good wife hurried out to meet him and welcome him. "How quickly you fulfilled our wishes, and how kind of you to send at once. The doctor prepared the medicine, and now our boy can get up and walk about the room, and it's all owing to your goodness." "Wait a bit," cried the guest, who did not know what to make of the joy of the two parents. "The commission with which you entrusted me about the fox's liver turned out to be a matter of impossibility, so I came today to make my excuses, and now I really can't understand what you are so grateful to me for." "We are thanking you, sir," replied the master of the house, bowing with his hands on the ground, "for the fox's liver which we asked you to procure for us. I really am perfectly unaware of having sent you a fox's liver. There must be some mistake here. Pray inquire carefully into the matter." "Well, this is very strange. 4 nights ago, a man of some 35 or 36 years of age came with a verbal message from you, to the effect that you had sent him with a fox's liver, which you had just procured, and said that he would come and tell us the price another day. When we asked him to spend the night here, he answered that he would lodge with a relation in the next village, and went away." The visitor was more and more lost in amazement, and, leaning his head on one side in deep thought, confessed that he could make nothing of it. As for the husband and wife, they felt quite out of countenance at having thanked a man so warmly for favors of which he denied all knowledge, and so the visitor took his leave, and went home. That night there appeared at the pillow of the master of the house a woman of about 31 or 32 years of age, who said, "I am the fox that lives at such and such a mountain. Last spring, when I was taking out my cub to play, it was carried off by some boys, and only saved by your goodness. The desire to requite this kindness pierced me to the quick. At last, when calamity attacked your house, I thought that I might be of use to you. Your son's illness could not be cured without a liver taken from a live fox, so to repay your kindness I killed my cub and took out its liver. Then its sire, disguising himself as a messenger, brought it to your house." And as she spoke, the fox shed tears, and the master of the house, wishing to thank her, moved in bed, upon which his wife awoke and asked him what was the matter, but he too, to her great astonishment, was biting the pillow and weeping bitterly. "Why are you weeping thus?" asked she. At last he sat up in bed, and said, "Last spring, when I was out on a pleasure excursion, I was the means of saving the life of a fox's cub, as I told you at the time. The other day I told Mr. So-and-so that, although my son were to die before my eyes, I would not be the means of killing a fox on purpose, but asked him, in case he heard of any hunter killing a fox, to buy it for me. How the foxes came to hear of this I don't know, but the foxes to whom I had shown kindness killed their own cub and took out the liver, and the old dog fox, disguising himself as a messenger from the person to whom we had confided the commission, came here with it. His mate has just been at my pillow side and told me all about it, hence it was that, in spite of myself, I was moved to tears. The Feast of Inari Summer. The Feast of Inari Summer. When she heard this, the goodwife likewise was blinded by her tears, and for a while they lay lost in thought, but at last, coming to themselves, they lighted the lamp on the shelf on which the family idol stood, and spent the night in reciting prayers and praises, and the next day they published the matter to the household and to their relations and friends. Now, although there are instances of men killing their own children to requite a favor, there is no other example of foxes having done such a thing, so the story became the talk of the whole country. Now, the boy who had recovered through the efficacy of this medicine selected the prettiest spot on the premises to erect a shrine to Inari Summer 79, the fox god, and offered sacrifice to the 2 old foxes, for whom he purchased the highest rank at the court of the Mikado. The passage in the tale which speaks of rank being purchased for the foxes at the court of the Mikado is, of course, a piece of nonsense. The saints who are worshipped in Japan, writes a native authority, are men who, in the remote ages, when the country was developing itself, were sages, and by their great and virtuous deeds having earned the gratitude of future generations, received divine honors after their death. How can the Son of Heaven, who is the father and mother of his people, turn dealer in ranks and honors? If rank were a matter of barter, it would cease to be a reward to the virtuous. All matters connected with the shrines of the Shinto, or indigenous religion, are confided to the superintendents of the families of Yoshida and Fushimi, Kuges or nobles of the Mikado's court at Kyoto. The affairs of the Buddhist or imported religion are under the care of the family of Kanjuyui. As it is necessary that those who as priests perform the honorable office of serving the gods should be persons of some standing, a certain small rank is procured for them through the intervention of the representatives of the above noble families, who, on the issuing of the required patent, receive as their perquisite a fee, which, although insignificant in itself, is yet of importance to the poor Kuges, whose penniless condition forms a great contrast to the wealth of their inferiors in rank. The daimyos. I believe that this is the only case in which rank can be bought or sold in Japan. In China, on the contrary, in spite of what has been written by Meadows and other admirers of the examination system, a man can be what he pleases by paying for it, and the coveted button, which is nominally the reward of learning and ability, is more often the prize of wealthy ignorance. The saints who are alluded to above are the saints of the whole country, as distinct from those who for special deeds are locally worshipped. To this innumerable class frequent allusion is made in these tales. Touching the remedy of the fox's liver, prescribed in the tale, I may add that there would be nothing strange in this to a person acquainted with the Chinese pharmacopoeia, which the Japanese long exclusively followed, although they are now successfully studying the art of healing as practiced in the West. When I was at Peking, I saw a Chinese physician prescribe a decoction of 3 scorpions for a child struck down with fever, and on another occasion a groom of mine, suffering from dysentery, was treated with acupuncture of the tongue. The art of medicine would appear to be at the present time in China much in the state in which it existed in Europe in the 16th century, when the excretions and secretions of all manner of animals, saurians, and venomous snakes and insects, and even live bugs, were administered to patients. Some physicians, says Mathiolus, use the ashes of scorpions, burnt alive, for retention caused by either renal or vesical calculi. But I have myself thoroughly experienced the utility of an oil I make myself, whereof scorpions form a very large portion of the ingredients. If only the region of the heart and all the pulses of the body be anointed with it, it will free the patients from the effects of all kinds of poisons taken by the mouth, corrosive ones excepted. Decoctions of Egyptian mummies were much commended, and often prescribed with due academical solemnity, and the bones of the human skull, pulverized and administered with oil, were used as a specific in cases of renal calculus. See Petriandria e Mathioli Opera, 1574. These remarks were made to me by a medical gentleman to whom I mentioned the Chinese doctor's prescription of scorpion tea, and they seem to me so curious that I insert them for comparison's sake. The badger's money. It is a common saying among men, that to forget favors received is the part of a bird or a beast. An ungrateful man will be ill spoken of by all the world. And yet even birds and beasts will show gratitude, so that a man who does not requite a favor is worse even than dumb brutes. Is not this a disgrace? Once upon a time, in a hut at a place called Namekata, in Hitachi, there lived an old priest famous neither for learning nor wisdom, but bent only on passing his days in prayer and meditation. He had not even a child to wait upon him, but prepared his food with his own hands. Night and morning he recited the prayer Namu Amida Butsu 80 intent upon that alone. Although the fame of his virtue did not reach far, yet his neighbors respected and revered him, and often brought him food and aliment, and when his roof or his walls fell out of repair, they would mend them for him, so for the things of this world he took no thought. One very cold night, when he little thought anyone was outside, he heard a voice calling, "Your Reverence! Your Reverence!" So he rose and went out to see who it was, and there he beheld an old badger standing. Any ordinary man would have been greatly alarmed at the apparition, but the priest, being such as he has been described above, showed no sign of fear, but asked the creature its business. Upon this the badger respectfully bent its knees, and said, "Hitherto, sir, my lair has been in the mountains, and of snow or frost I have taken no heed, but now I am growing old, and this severe cold is more than I can bear. I pray you to let me enter and warm myself at the fire of your cottage, that I may live through this bitter night." When the priest heard what a helpless state the beast was reduced to, he was filled with pity, and said, "That's a very slight matter, make haste and come in and warm yourself." The badger, delighted with so good a reception, went into the hut, and squatting down by the fire began to warm itself, and the priest, with renewed fervor, recited his prayers and struck his bell before the image of Buddha, looking straight before him. After 2 hours the badger took its leave, with profuse expressions of thanks, and went out, and from that time forth it came every night to the hut. As the badger would collect and bring with it dried branches and dead leaves from the hills for firewood, the priest at last became very friendly with it, and got used to its company, so that if ever, as the night wore on, the badger did not arrive, he used to miss it, and wonder why it did not come. When the winter was over, and the springtime came at the end of the 2nd month, the badger gave up its visits, and was no more seen, but, on the return of the winter, the beast resumed its old habit of coming to the hut. When this practice had gone on for 10 years, one day the badger said to the priest, "Through your reverence's kindness for all these years, I have been able to pass the winter nights in comfort. Your favors are such, that during all my life, and even after my death, I must remember them. What can I do to requite them? If there is anything that you wish for, pray tell me." The priest, smiling at this speech, answered, "Being such as I am, I have no desire and no wishes. Glad as I am to hear your kind intentions, there is nothing that I can ask you to do for me. You need feel no anxiety on my account. As long as I live, when the winter comes, you shall be welcome here." The badger, on hearing this, could not conceal its admiration of the depth of the old man's benevolence, but having so much to be grateful for, it felt hurt at not being able to requite it. As this subject was often renewed between them, the priest at last, touched by the goodness of the badger's heart, said, "Since I have shaven my head, renounced the world, and forsaken the pleasures of this life, I have no desire to gratify, yet I own I should like to possess 3 rios in gold. Food and raiment I receive by the favor of the villagers, so I take no heed for those things. Were I to die tomorrow, and attain my wish of being born again into the next world, the same kind folk have promised to meet and bury my body. Thus, although I have no other reason to wish for money, still if I had 3 rios I would offer them up at some holy shrine, that masses and prayers might be said for me, whereby I might enter into salvation. Yet I would not get this money by violent or unlawful means, I only think of what might be if I had it. So you see, since you have expressed such kind feelings towards me, I have told you what is on my mind." When the priest had done speaking, the badger leant its head on one side with a puzzled and anxious look, so much so that the old man was sorry he had expressed a wish which seemed to give the beast trouble, and tried to retract what he had said. Posthumous honors, after all, are the wish of ordinary men. I, who am a priest, ought not to entertain such thoughts, or to want money, so pray pay no attention to what I have said." And the badger, feigning assent to what the priest had impressed upon it, returned to the hills as usual. From that time forth the badger came no more to the hut. The priest thought this very strange, but imagined either that the badger stayed away because it did not like to come without the money, or that it had been killed in an attempt to steal it, and he blamed himself for having added to his sins for no purpose, repenting when it was too late, persuaded, however, that the badger must have been killed. He passed his time in putting up prayers upon prayers for it. After 3 years had gone by, one night the old man heard a voice near his door calling out, "Your Reverence! Your Reverence!" As the voice was like that of the badger, he jumped up as soon as he heard it, and ran out to open the door, and there, sure enough, was the badger. The priest, in great delight, cried out, "And so you are safe and sound, after all. Why have you been so long without coming here? I have been expecting you anxiously this long while." So the badger came into the hut, and said, "If the money which you required had been for unlawful purposes, I could easily have procured as much as ever you might have wanted. But when I heard that it was to be offered to a temple for masses for your soul, I thought that, if I were to steal the hidden treasure of some other man, you could not apply to a sacred purpose money which had been obtained at the expense of his sorrow. So I went to the island of Sado 81 and gathering the sand and earth which had been cast away as worthless by the miners, fused it afresh in the fire, and at this work I spent months and days." As the badger finished speaking, the priest looked at the money which it had produced, and sure enough he saw that it was bright and new and clean, so he took the money, and received it respectfully, raising it to his head. "And so you have had all this toil and labor on account of a foolish speech of mine. I have obtained my heart's desire, and am truly thankful." As he was thanking the badger with great politeness and ceremony, the beast said, "In doing this I have but fulfilled my own wish. Still I hope that you will tell this thing to no man." "Indeed," replied the priest, "I cannot choose but tell this story. For if I keep this money in my poor hut, it will be stolen by thieves. I must either give it to someone to keep for me, or else at once offer it up at the temple. And when I do this, when people see a poor old priest with a sum of money quite unsuited to his station, they will think it very suspicious, and I shall have to tell the tale as it occurred. But as I shall say that the badger that gave me the money has ceased coming to my hut, you need not fear being waylaid, but can come, as of old, and shelter yourself from the cold." To this the badger nodded assent, and as long as the old priest lived, it came and spent the winter nights with him. From this story, it is plain that even beasts have a sense of gratitude. In this quality dogs excel all other beasts. Is not the story of the dog of Tottori Byorodzu written in the annals of Japan? I 82 have heard that many anecdotes of this nature have been collected and printed in a book, which I have not yet seen, but as the facts which I have recorded relate to a badger, they appear to me to be passing strange. The prince and the badger. In days of yore there lived a forefather of the prince of Tosa who went by the name of Yamanaki Kadzutoyo. At the age of 14 this prince was amazingly fond of fishing, and would often go down to the river for sport. And it came to pass one day that he had gone thither with but one retainer, and had made a great haul, that a violent shower suddenly came on. Now, the prince had no raincoat with him, and was in so sorry a plight that he took shelter under a willow tree and waited for the weather to clear. But the storm showed no sign of abating, and there was no help for it, so he turned to the retainer and said, "This rain is not likely to stop for some time, so we had better hurry home." As they trudged homeward, night fell, and it grew very dark, and their road lay over a long bank, by the side of which they found a girl, about 16 years old, weeping bitterly. Struck with wonder, they looked steadfastly at her, and perceived that she was exceedingly comely. While Kadzatoyo stood doubting what so strange a sight could portend, his retainer, smitten with the girl's charms, stepped up to her and said, "Little sister, tell us whose daughter you are, and how it comes that you are out by yourself at night in such a storm of rain. Surely it is passing strange." "Sir," replied she, looking up through her tears, "I am the daughter of a poor man in the castle town. My mother died when I was 7 years old, and my father has now wedded a shrew, who loathes and ill-uses me, and in the midst of my grief he is gone far away on his business, so I was left alone with my stepmother. And this very night she spiked and beat me till I could bear it no longer, and was on my way to my aunt's, who dwells in yonder village, when the shower came on, but as I lay waiting for the rain to stop, I was seized with a spasm, to which I am subject, and was in great pain, when I had the good luck to fall in with your worships." As she spoke, the retainer fell deeply in love with her matchless beauty, whilst his lord Kadzatoyo, who from the outset had not uttered a word, but stood brooding over the matter, straightway drew his sword and cut off her head. But the retainer stood aghast, and cried out, "Oh, my young lord, what wicked deed is this that you've done? The murder of a man's daughter will bring trouble upon us, for you may rely on the business not ending here." "You don't know what you're talking about," answered Kadzatoyo, "only don't tell anyone about it, that is all I ask." And so they went home in silence. As Kadzatoyo was very tired, he went to bed, and slept undisturbed by any sense of guilt, for he was brave and fearless. But the retainer grew very uneasy, and went to his young lord's parents and said, "I had the honor of attending my young lord out fishing today, and we were driven home by the rain. And as we came back by the bank, we descried a girl with a spasm in her stomach, and her my young lord straightway slew, and although he has bidden me tell it to no one, I cannot conceal it from my lord and my lady." Kadzatoyo's parents were sore amazed, bewailing their son's wickedness, and went at once to his room and woke him. His father shed tears and said, "Oh, dastardly cutthroat that you are! How dare you kill another man's daughter without provocation? Such unspeakable villainy is unworthy a samurai's son. Know that the duty of every samurai is to keep watch over the country, and to protect the people, and such is his daily task. For sword and dirk are given to men that they may slay rebels, and faithfully serve their prince, and not that they may go about committing sin and killing the daughters of innocent men. Whoever is fool enough not to understand this will repeat his misdeed, and will assuredly bring shame on his kindred. Grieved as I am that I should take away the life which I gave you, I cannot suffer you to bring dishonor on our house, so prepare to meet your fate." With these words he drew his sword, But Kadzatoyo, without a sign of fear, said to his father, "Your anger, sir, is most just. But remember that I have studied the classics and understand the laws of right and wrong, and be sure I would never kill another man without good cause. The girl whom I slew was certainly no human being, but some foul goblin. Feeling certain of this, I cut her down. Tomorrow I beg you will send your retainers to look for the corpse, and if it really be that of a human being, I shall give you no further trouble, but shall disembowel myself." Upon this the father sheathed his sword, and awaited daybreak. When the morning came, the old prince, in sad distress, bade his retainers lead him to the bank, and there he saw a huge badger, with his head cut off, lying dead by the roadside, and the prince was lost in wonder at his son's shrewdness. But the retainer did not know what to make of it, and still had his doubts. The prince, however, returned home, and sending for his son, said to him, "It's very strange that the creature which appeared to your retainer to be a girl, should have seemed to you to be a badger." "My lord's wonder is just," replied Kadzatoyo, smiling. "She appeared as a girl to me as well. But here was a young girl, at night, far from any inhabited place. Stranger still was her wondrous beauty, and strangest of all that, though it was pouring with rain, there was not a sign of wet on her clothes, and when my retainer asked how long she had been there, she said she had been on the bank in pain for some time, so I had no further doubt but that she was a goblin, and I killed her." "But what made you think she must be a goblin because her clothes were dry?" "The beast evidently thought that, if she could bewitch us with her beauty, she might get at the fish my retainer was carrying, but she forgot that, as it was raining, it would not do for her clothes not to be wet, so I detected and killed her." When the old prince heard his son speak thus, he was filled with admiration for the youth's sagacity, so, conceiving that Kadzatoyo had given reliable proof of wisdom and prudence, he resolved to abdicate. 83 And Kadzatoyo was proclaimed Prince of Tosa in his stead. Japanese sermons. A Japanese sermon. A Japanese sermon. Japanese sermons. Sermons preached here on 8th, 18th, and 28th days of every month. Such was the purport of a placard, which used to tempt me daily, as I passed the temple Chōji. Having ascertained that neither the preacher nor his congregation would have any objection to my hearing one of these sermons, I made arrangements to attend the service, accompanied by 2 friends, my artist, and a scribe to take notes. We were shown into an apartment adjoining a small chapel, a room opening onto a tastily arranged garden, wealthy in stone lanterns and dwarfed trees. In the portion of the room reserved for the priest stood a high table, covered with a cloth of white and scarlet silk, richly embroidered with flowers and arabesques. Upon this stood a bell, a tray containing the rolls of the sacred books, and a small incense burner of ancient Chinese porcelain. Before the table was a hanging drum, and behind it was one of those high, back-breaking armchairs which adorn every Buddhist temple. In one corner of the space destined for the accommodation of the faithful was a low writing desk, at which sat, or rather squatted, a lay clerk, armed with a huge pair of horn spectacles, through which he glared, goblin-like, at the people, as they came to have their names and the amount of their offerings to the temple registered. These latter must have been small things, for the congregation seemed poor enough. It was principally composed of old women, nuns with bald shiny pates and grotesque faces, a few petty tradesmen, and half a dozen chubby children, perfect little models of decorum and devoutness. One lady there was, indeed, who seemed a little better to do in the world than the rest. She was nicely dressed, and attended by a female servant. She came in with a certain little consequential rustle, and displayed some coquetry, and a very pretty bare foot, as she took her place, and, pulling out a dandy little pipe and tobacco pouch, began to smoke. Fireboxes and spittoons, I should mention, were freely handed about, so that half an hour which passed before the sermon began was agreeably spent. In the meanwhile, Mass was being celebrated in the main hall of the temple, and the monotonous nasal drone of the plain chant was faintly heard in the distance. So soon as this was over, the lay clerk sat himself down by the hanging drum, and, to its accompaniment, began intoning the prayer, Nam mio horen gokio, the congregation fervently joining in unison with him. These words, repeated over and over again, are the distinctive prayer of the Buddhist sect of Nichiren, to which the temple Choji is dedicated. They are approximations to Sanskrit sounds, and have no meaning in Japanese, nor do the worshippers in using them know their precise value. Soon the preacher, gorgeous in red and white robes, made his appearance, following an acolyte, who carried the sacred book called Hok, upon which the sect of Nichiren is founded, on a tray covered with scarlet and gold brocade. Having bowed to the sacred picture which hung over the tokonoma, that portion of the Japanese room which is raised a few inches above the rest of the floor, and which is regarded as the place of honor, His Reverence took his seat at the table, and adjusted his robes. Then, tying up the muscles of his face into a knot, expressive of utter abstraction, he struck the bell upon the table thrice, burnt a little incense, and read a passage from the sacred book, which he reverently lifted to his head. The congregation joined in chorus, devout but unintelligent, for the word, written in ancient Chinese, is as obscure to the ordinary Japanese worshipper as are the Latin liturgies to a high-capped Norman peasant woman. While his flock wrapped up copper cash in paper, and threw them before the table as offerings, the priest next recited a passage alone, and the lay clerk irreverently entered into a loud dispute with one of the congregation, touching some payment or other. The preliminary ceremonies ended, a small shaven-pated boy brought in a cup of tea, thrice afterwards to be replenished, for his Reverence's refreshment, and he, having untied his face, gave a broad grin, cleared his throat, swallowed his tea, and beamed down upon us, as jolly, rosy a priest as ever donned stole or scarf. His discourse, which was delivered in the most familiar and easy manner, was an extempore dissertation on certain passages from the sacred books. Whenever he paused or made a point, the congregation broke in with a cry of Namio, a corruption of the first three words of the prayer cited above, to which they always contrived to give an expression or intonation in harmony with the preacher's meaning. "It is a matter of profound satisfaction to me," began his Reverence Nishirin, smiling blandly at his audience, "to see so many gentlemen and ladies gathered together here this day, in the fidelity of their hearts, to do honor to the feast of Kishimogen 84 Namio. Namio, self-depreciatory, from the congregation. I feel certain that your piety cannot fail to find favor with Kishimogen. Kishimogen ever mourns over the tortures of mankind, who are dwelling in a house of fire, and she ever earnestly strives to find some means of delivering them. Namio. Namio, grateful and reverential. Notwithstanding this, it is useless your worshipping Kishimogen, and professing to believe in her, unless you have truth in your hearts, for she will not receive your offerings. Man, from his very birth, is a creature of requirements, he is forever seeking and praying. Both you who listen, and I who preach, have all of us our wants and wishes. If there be any person here who flatters himself that he has no wishes and no wants, let him reflect. Does not every one wish and pray that heaven and earth may stand forever, that his country and family may prosper, that there may be plenty in the land, and that the people may be healthy and happy? The wishes of men, however, are various and many, and these wishes, numberless as they are all known to the gods from the beginning. It is no use praying, unless you have truth in your heart. For instance, the prayer Namu is a prayer committing your bodies to the care of the gods. If, when you utter it, your hearts are true and single, of a surety your request will be granted. Now, this is not a mere statement made by Nishiren, the holy founder of this sect, it is the sacred teaching of Buddha himself, and may not be doubted. Namio. Namio, with profound conviction. The heart of man is, by nature, upright and true, but there are 7 passions 85 by which it is corrupted. Buddha is alarmed when he sees the fires by which the world is being consumed. These fires are the 5 lusts of this sinful world, and the 5 lusts are, the desire for fair sights, sweet sounds, fragrant smells, dainty meats, and rich trappings. Man is no sooner endowed with a body than he is possessed by these lusts, which become his very heart, and, it being a law that every man follows the dictates of his heart, in this way the body, the lusts of the flesh, the heart, and the dictates of the heart, blaze up in the consuming fire. Alas! For this miserable world, said the divine Buddha. Namio. Namio, mournful, and with much head shaking. There is not so foul thing under heaven as the human body. The body exudes grease, the eyes distill gums, the nose is full of mucus, the mouth of slobbering spittle, nor are these the most impure secretions of the body. What a mistake it is to look upon this impure body as clean and perfect. Unless we listen to the teachings of Buddha, how shall we be washed and purified? Namio, Namio, from an impure and very miserable sinner, under 10 years of age. The lot of man is uncertain, and forever running out of the beaten track. Why go to look at the flowers, and take delight in their beauty. When you return home, you will see the vanity of your pleasure. Why purchase fleeting joys of loose women? How long do you retain the delicious taste of the dainties you feast upon? Forever wishing to do this, wishing to see that, wishing to eat rare dishes, wishing to wear fine clothes, you pass a lifetime in fanning the flames which consume you. What terrible matter for thought is this! In the poems of the priest Sergio it is written, "Verily I have been familiar with the flowers, yet are they withered and scattered, and we are parted." How sad! The beauty of the convolvulus, how bright it is, and yet in one short morning it closes its petals and fades. In the book called Rinjo Bosatsu 86 we are told how a certain king once went to take his pleasure in his garden, and gladden his eyes with the beauty of his flowers. After a while he fell asleep, and as he slumbered, the women of his train began pulling the flowers to pieces. When the king awoke, of all the glory of his flowers there remained but a few torn and faded petals. Seeing this, the king said, "The flowers pass away and die, so is it with mankind. We are born, we grow old, we sicken and die, we are as fleeting as the lightning's flash, as evanescent as the morning dew." I know not whether any of you here present ever fix your thoughts upon death, yet it is a rare thing for a man to live for 100 years. How piteous a thing it is that in this short and transient life men should consume themselves in a fire of lust. And if we think to escape from this fire, how shall we succeed save only by the teaching of the divine Buddha? Namio. Namio, meekly and entreatingly. Since Buddha himself escaped from the burning flames of the lusts of the flesh, his only thought has been for the salvation of mankind. Once upon a time there was a certain heretic, called Rokutsu Ponji, a reader of auguries, cunning in astrology and in the healing art. It happened, one day, that this heretic, being in company with Buddha, entered a forest, which was full of dead men's skulls. Buddha, taking up one of the skulls and tapping it thus, here the preacher tapped the reading desk with his fan, said, "What manner of man was this bone when alive, and, now that he is dead, in what part of the world has he been born again?" The heretic, auguring from the sound which the skull, when struck, gave forth, began to tell its past history, and to prophesy the future. Then Buddha, tapping another skull, again asked the same question. The heretic answered, "Verily, as to this skull, whether it belonged to a man or a woman, whence its owner came or whither he has gone, I know not. What think you of it?" "Ask me not," answered Buddha. But the heretic pressed him, and entreated him to answer. Then Buddha said, "Verily this is the skull of one of my disciples, who forsook the lusts of the flesh." Then the heretic wondered, and said, "Of a truth, this is a thing the like of which no man has yet seen. Here am I, who know the manner of the life and of the death even of the ants that creep. Verily, I thought that no thing could escape my ken, yet here lies one of your disciples, than whom there lives no nobler thing, and I am at fault. From this day forth I will enter your sect, praying only that I may receive your teaching." Thus did this learned heretic become a disciple of Buddha. If such an one as he was converted, how much the more should after ages of ordinary men feel that it is through Buddha alone that they can hope to overcome the sinful lusts of the flesh. These lusts are the desires which agitate our hearts. If we are free from these desires, our hearts will be bright and pure, and there is nothing, save the teaching of Buddha, which can ensure us this freedom. Following the commands of Buddha, and delivered by him from our desires, we may pass our lives in peace and happiness. Namyo. Namyo, with triumphant exultation. In the sacred books we read of conversion from a state of sin to a state of salvation. Now this salvation is not a million miles removed from us, nor need we die and be born again into another world in order to reach it. He who lays aside his carnal lusts and affections, at once and of a certainty becomes equal to Buddha. When we recite the prayer Nam Yu Myo Ho Ren Go Kyo, we are praying to enter this state of peace and happiness. By what instruction, other than that of Nichiren, the holy founder of this sect, can we expect to attain this end? If we do attain it, there will be no difference between our state and that of Buddha and of Nichiren. With this view we have learnt from the pious founder of our sect that we must continually and thankfully repeat the prayer Nam Yu Myo Ho Ren Go Kyo, turning our hearts away from lies, and embracing the truth. Such were the heads of the sermon as they were taken down by my scribe. At its conclusion, the priest, looking about him smiling, as if the solemn truths he had been inculcating were nothing but a very good joke, was greeted by long and loud cries of Namyo. Namyo, by all the congregation. Then the lay clerk sat himself down again by the hanging drum, and the service ended as it had begun, by prayer in chorus, during which the priest retired, the sacred book being carried out before him by his acolyte. Although occasionally, as in the above instance, sermons are delivered as part of a service on special days of the month, they are more frequently preached in courses, the delivery occupying about a fortnight, during which 2 sermons are given each day. Frequently the preachers are itinerant priests, who go about the towns and villages lecturing in the main hall of some temple or in the guest room of the resident priest. There are many books of sermons published in Japan, all of which have some merit and much quaintness. None that I have seen are, however, to my taste, to be compared to the Kyuo-duwa, of which the following 3 sermons compose the first volume. They are written by a priest belonging to the Shingaku sect, a sect professing to combine all that is excellent in the Buddhist, Confucian, and Shinto teaching. It maintains the original goodness of the human heart, and teaches that we have only to follow the dictates of the conscience implanted in us at our birth, in order to steer in the right path. The texts are taken from the Chinese classical books, in the same way as our preachers take theirs from the Bible. Jokes, stories which are sometimes untranslatable into our more fastidious tongue, and pointed applications to members of the congregation, enliven the discourses, it being a principle with the Japanese preacher that it is not necessary to bore his audience into virtue. Sermon I, the Sermons of Kyuo, Vol I, Moshi 87 says, benevolence is the heart of man, righteousness is the path of man. How lamentable a thing is it to leave the path and go astray, to cast away the heart and not know where to seek for it. The text is taken from the first chapter of Koshi, the commentator, on Moshi. Now this quality, which we call benevolence, has been the subject of commentaries by many teachers, but as these commentaries have been difficult of comprehension, they are too hard to enter the ears of women and children. It is of this benevolence that, using examples and illustrations, I propose to treat. A long time ago, there lived at Kyoto a great physician, called Imaoji. I forget his other name. He was a very famous man. Once upon a time, a man from a place called Kuramagachi advertised for sale a medicine which he had compounded against the cholera, and got Imaoji to write a puff for him. Imaoji, instead of calling the medicine in the puff a specific against the cholera, misspelled the word cholera so as to make it simpler. When the man who had employed him went and taxed him with this, and asked him why he had done so, he answered, with a smile, as Kuramagachi is an approach to the capital from the country, the passers-by are but poor peasants and woodmen from the hills. If I had written cholera at length, they would have been puzzled by it, so I wrote it in a simple way, that should pass current with every one. Truth itself loses its value if people don't understand it. What does it signify how I spelled the word cholera, so long as the efficacy of the medicine is unimpaired? Now, was not that delightful? In the same way the doctrines of the sages are mere gibberish to women and children who cannot understand them. Now, my sermons are not written for the learned. I address myself to farmers and tradesmen, who, hard pressed by their daily business, have no time for study, with the wish to make known to them the teachings of the sages, and, carrying out the ideas of my teacher, I will make my meaning pretty plain, by bringing forward examples and quaint stories. Thus, by blending together the doctrines of the Shinto, Buddhist, and other schools, we shall arrive at something near the true principle of things. Now, positively, you must not laugh if I introduce a light story now and then. Levity is not my object, I only want to put things in a plain and easy manner. Well, then, the quality which we call benevolence is, in fact, a perfection, and it is this perfection which Moshi spoke of as the heart of man. With this perfect heart, men, by serving their parents, attain to filial piety, by serving their masters they attain to fidelity, and if they treat their wives, their brethren, and their friends in the same spirit, then the principles of the 5 relations of life will harmonize without difficulty. As for putting perfection into practice, parents have the special duties of parents, children have the special duties of children, husbands have the special duties of husbands, wives have the special duties of wives. It is when all these special duties are performed without a fault that true benevolence is reached, and that again is the true heart of man. For example, take this fan. Anyone who sees it knows it to be a fan, and, knowing it to be a fan, no one would think of using it to blow his nose in. The special use of a fan is for visits of ceremony, or else it is opened in order to raise a cooling breeze. It serves no other purpose. In the same way, this reading desk will not do as a substitute for a shelf. Again, it will not do instead of a pillow. So you see that a reading desk also has its special functions, for which you must use it. So, if you look at your parents in the light of your parents, and treat them with filial piety, that is the special duty of children, that is true benevolence, that is the heart of man. Now, although you may think that, when I speak in this way, I am speaking of others, and not of yourselves, believe me that the heart of every one of you is by nature pure benevolence. I am just taking down your hearts as a shopman does goods from his shelves, and pointing out the good and bad qualities of each. But if you will not lay what I say to your own accounts, but persist in thinking that it is all anybody's business but yours, all my labor will be lost. Listen. You who answer your parents rudely, and cause them to weep, you who bring grief and trouble on your masters, you who cause your husbands to fly into passions, you who cause your wives to mourn, you who hate your younger brothers, and treat your elder brothers with contempt, you who sow sorrow broadcast over the world, what are you doing but blowing your noses in fans, and using reading desks as pillows? I don't mean to say that there are any such persons here, still there are plenty of them to be found, say in the back streets in India, for instance. Be so good as to mind what I have said. Consider, carefully, if a man is born with a naturally bad disposition, what a dreadful thing that is. Happily, you and I were born with perfect hearts, which we would not change for 1,000, no, not for 10,000 pieces of gold. Is not this something to be thankful for? This perfect heart is called in my discourses, the original heart of man. It is true that benevolence is also called the original heart of man, still there is a slight difference between the two. However, as the inquiry into this difference would be tedious, it is sufficient for you to look upon this original heart of man as a perfect thing, and you will fall into no error. It is true that I have not the honor of the personal acquaintance of every one of you who are present, still I know that your hearts are perfect. The proof of this, that if you say that which you ought not to say, or do that which you ought not to do, your hearts within you are, in some mysterious way, immediately conscious of wrong. When the man that has a perfect heart does that which is imperfect, it is because his heart has become warped and turned to evil. This law holds good for all mankind. What says the old song? When the roaring waterfall is shivered by the night storm, the moonlight is reflected in each scattered drop. 88 Although there is but one moon, she suffices to illuminate each little scattered drop. Wonderful are the laws of heaven. So the principle of benevolence, which is but one, illumines all the particles that make up mankind. Well, then, the perfection of the human heart can be calculated to a nicety, so, if we follow the impulses of our perfect heart in whatever we undertake, we shall perform our special duties, and filial piety and fidelity will come to us spontaneously. You see, the doctrines of this school of philosophy are quickly learnt. If you once thoroughly understand this, there will be no difference between your conduct and that of a man who has studied 100 years. Therefore I pray you to follow the impulses of your natural heart, place it before you as a teacher, and study its precepts. Your heart is a convenient teacher to employ too, for there is no question of paying fees, and no need to go out in the heat of summer, or the cold of winter, to pay visits of ceremony to your master to inquire after his health. What admirable teaching this is, by means of which you can learn filial piety and fidelity so easily. Still, suspicions are apt to arise in men's minds about things that are seen to be acquired too cheaply, but here you can buy a good thing cheap, and spare yourselves the vexation of having paid an extravagant price for it. I repeat, follow the impulses of your hearts with all your might. In the Chinyo, the second of the books of Confucius, it is certified beyond a doubt that the impulses of nature are the true path to follow, therefore you may set to work in this direction with your minds at ease. Righteousness, then, is the true path, and righteousness is the avoidance of all that is imperfect. If a man avoids that which is imperfect, there is no need to point out how dearly he will be beloved by all his fellows. Hence it is that the ancients have defined righteousness as that which ought to be, that which is fitting. If a man be a retainer, it is good that he should perform his service to his lord with all his might. If a woman be married, it is good that she should treat her parents-in-law with filial piety, and her husband with reverence. For the rest, whatever is good, that is righteousness and the true path of man. The duty of man has been compared by the wise men of old to a high road. If you want to go to Yedo or to Nagasaki, if you want to go out to the front of the house or to the back of the house, if you wish to go into the next room or into some closet or other, there is a right road to each of these places. If you do not follow the right road, scrambling over the roofs of houses and through ditches, crossing mountains and desert places, you will be utterly lost and bewildered. In the same way, if a man does that which is not good, he is going astray from the high road. Filial piety in children, virtue in wives, truth among friends, but why enumerate all these things, which are patent? All these are the right road, and good, but to grieve parents, to anger husbands, to hate and to breed hatred in others, these are all bad things, these are all the wrong road. To follow these is to plunge into rivers, to run onto thorns, to jump into ditches, and brings thousands upon 10,000s of disasters. It is true that, if we do not pay great attention, we shall not be able to follow the right road. Fortunately, we have heard by tradition the words of the learned Nakazawa Dongi. I will tell you about that, all in good time. It happened that, once, the learned Nakazawa went to preach at Ikeda, in the province of Sishiru, and lodged with a rich family of the lower class. The master of the house, who was particularly fond of sermons, entertained the preacher hospitably, and summoned his daughter, a girl some 14 or 15 years old, to wait upon him at dinner. This young lady was not only extremely pretty, but also had charming manners, so she arranged bouquets of flowers, and made tea, and played upon the harp, and laid herself out to please the learned man by singing songs. The preacher thanked her parents for all this, and said, "Really, it must be a very difficult thing to educate a young lady up to such a pitch as this." The parents, carried away by their feelings, replied, "Yes, when she is married, she will hardly bring shame upon her husband's family. Besides what she did just now, she can weave garlands of flowers round torches, and we had her taught to paint a little." And as they began to show a little conceit, the preacher said, "I am sure this is something quite out of the common run. Of course she knows how to rub the shoulders and loins, and has learned the art of shampooing." The master of the house bristled up at this and answered, "I may be very poor, but I've not fallen so low as to let my daughter learn shampooing." The learned man, smiling, replied, "I think you are making a mistake when you put yourself in a rage. No matter whether her family be rich or poor, when a woman is performing her duties in her husband's house, she must look upon her husband's parents as her own. If her honored father-in-law or mother-in-law fall ill, her being able to plait flowers and paint pictures and make tea will be of no use in the sick room. To shampoo her parents-in-law, and nurse them affectionately, without employing either shampooer or servant-maid, is the right path of a daughter-in-law." "Do you mean to say that your daughter has not yet learned shampooing, an art which is essential to her following the right path of a wife?" "That is what I meant to ask just now. So useful a study is very important." At this the master of the house was ashamed, and blushing made many apologies, as I have heard. "Certainly, the harp and guitar are very good things in their way, but to attend to nursing their parents is the right road of children. Lay this story to heart, and consider attentively where the right road lies. People who live near haunts of pleasure become at last so fond of pleasure, that they teach their daughters nothing but how to play on the harp and guitar, and train them up in the manners and ways of singing girls, but teach them next to nothing of their duties as daughters, and then very often they escape from their parents' watchfulness, and elope. Nor is this the fault of the girls themselves, but the fault of the education which they have received from their parents. I do not mean to say that the harp and guitar, and songs and dramas, are useless things. If you consider them attentively, all our songs incite to virtue and condemn vice. In the song called The False Leaves, for instance, there is the passage, "If people knew beforehand all the misery that it brings, there would be less going out with young ladies, to look at the flowers at night." Please give your attention to this piece of poetry. This is the meaning of it: when a young man and a young lady set up a flirtation without the consent of their parents, they think that it will all be very delightful, and find themselves very much deceived. If they knew what a sad and cruel world this is, they would not act as they do. The quotation is from a song of remorse. This sort of thing but too often happens in the world. When a man marries a wife, he thinks how happy he will be, and how pleasant it will be keeping house on his own account, but, before the bottom of the family kettle has been scorched black, he will be like a man learning to swim in a field, with his ideas all turned topsy-turvy, and, Contrary to all his expectations, he will find the pleasures of housekeeping to be all a delusion. Look at that woman there. Haunted by her cares, she takes no heed of her hair, nor of her personal appearance. With her head all untidy, her apron tied round her as a girdle, with a baby twisted into the bosom of her dress, she carries some wretched bean sauce which she has been out to buy. What sort of creature is this? This all comes of not listening to the warnings of parents, and of not waiting for the proper time, but rushing suddenly into housekeeping. And who is to blame in the matter? Passion, which does not pause to reflect. A child of 5 or 6 years will never think of learning to play the guitar for its own pleasure. What a 10,000,000 times miserable thing it is, when parents, making their little girls hug a great guitar, listen with pleasure to the poor little things playing on instruments big enough for them to climb upon, and squeaking out songs in their shrill treble voices. Now I must beg you to listen to me carefully. If you get confused and don't keep a sharp lookout, your children, brought up upon harp and guitar playing, will be abandoning their parents, and running away secretly. Depend upon it, from all that is licentious and meretricious something monstrous will come forth. The poet who wrote the 4 Sleeves regarded it as the right path of instruction to convey a warning against vice. But the theatre and dramas and fashionable songs, if the moral that they convey is missed, are a very great mistake. Although you may think it very right and proper that a young lady should practice nothing but the harp and guitar until her marriage, I tell you that it is not so, for if she misses the moral of her songs and music, there is the danger of her falling in love with some man and eloping. While on this subject, I have an amusing story to tell you. Once upon a time, a frog, who lived at Kyoto, had long been desirous of going to see a seika. One spring, having made up his mind, he started off to see a seika and all its famous places. By a series of hops on all fours he reached a temple opposite Nishinooka, and thence by the western road he arrived at Yamazaki, and began to ascend the mountain called Tennozen. Now it so